Alright. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Marissa. Thank you for tuning in. It is a quite warm 103 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. Hope everyone in the northern hemisphere is keeping nice and cool during this incredibly hot summer. Staying indoors for the most part, using sunscreen when you need to. It's Monday again. Gosh. Feeling a little slow today, but that's okay. I've got my warm cup of coffee here. Oh, that's good coffee. Delicious. It's Monday again, and what that means is Minecraft. We'll be getting back into our world. We've been very hard at work. You've attained a slice of cheese. You can use that for a grilled cheese sandwich. No, we just eating the slice of cheese. Okay, that's good, Marissa. Alright, so what I think I wanted to do when I got back on the stream is we're going to replace this. This is kind of a little silly that I have all these items drop down and then come right back up. I am for one happy for recent news. What's the good recent news, Marissa? Oh yeah, that hell site is dying. It's great. It's heckin' great. You noticed my tag. Doing what I can to spread the word, even as little of an audience as I have. I fell again. You don't know what I said. I'm sorry about that. I'm still trying to get the hang of how to make the Twitch ads not so obnoxious. But yes, I'm glad that one hell site is getting taken down. Yes, it is a good thing we no longer have to worry about that website. Or at the very least, people are growing more and more keenly aware of the sort of bullshit that happens on places like that. I definitely have a hopeful demeanor towards the future of, the world. It's gotta be slow, but I think we're getting there to where people are gonna be more accepting of people's differences in the world. Hopefully. I'm just, really glad that you, as a friend, and someone I know, can breathe a little easier with the climate of the internet. I mean, you still had the sort of potential to become a target, is what I mean. Which, that's not okay. That's just not okay. Did something happen relative to the farms, relative to the Doom community? There's a thread dedicated to the Doom community at large. Oh yeah, there was one. Yeah, I remember that. Ugh. Wouldn't be surprised if they had something on me, considering the stance I took on the Doom subreddit. I know I got targeted by that one angry gamer. That was funny. Yeah, so during 1 year, a month of Pride, someone posted a Pride picture of the demons of various colors, and people were losing their fucking shit over it. So me and the moderator team were just like, let's put our fucking foot down. This isn't a place of hate, you know. And they specifically used my username and none of the other mod team. And I guess that that makes sense because I was usually the one to draft up like the big post of like rules and whatnot. They still use the rules I put in place in that forum, and they're not being enforced whatsoever. I'm glad I stopped being a moderator there. But yeah, so I would receive like a ton of fucking hate because I would volunteer. I would volunteer my efforts to explain the more difficult topics on Reddit because I have a really good ability of taking complicated ideas and putting them into simple words. Give it enough time, of course. It's not something that like seamlessly flows out of my mouth. Yeah. In my case, it always seems to be the weird Russians. I don't particularly think it's Russians per se, but like the fact that you got on the nerves of maybe someone like Lister, and then since he's that's where he's from, a lot of others are gonna follow suit because they might not know what the fuck's going on, so they'll probably just believe whatever Lister tells them. Yeah, I know that. It really didn't go anywhere. I should probably bring it back up at some point. Though to be honest, I'm probably not the person to host a LGBT Pride themed WOD, considering I'm cishet, so it probably would be better if someone else spearheaded it. I would love to help with it with a bunch of technical stuff and whatnot, because I guess me and you are very good with technical dooming. But maybe one day. Yeah. Do I want to do today? Oh yeah, we've been focusing on we were focusing yesterday on getting the better sword. We were trying to get a villager to roll sharpness 5 for me, and the guy just would not do it. I think it's this guy. He just would not roll it. So we, I guess, gotta focus a bit on that today. People also seem super laser focused on my mod's randomized intermission tips. I thought that it's what you want. You want people to look at those. Same thing happened with Hideous Destructor, just for one tip, though. What's going on with your tips? Well, there was that time someone re-uploaded the quote, immersive version of my mod that removed any tips the person didn't like and replaced them with garbage. Oh. Well, it says a lot about a person if that's what they get upset over. Kind of reminds me in relatively recent news where someone getting so pissy about my political views that they threw a huge fit and got themselves banned. Oh, yeah. Some people. Reminds me of, in recent news, someone made, since Spider-Man came to PC, an incel troll person, chud of a person, you know, removed the rainbows, and it was very clearly much a troll because the user was named Hawk, first name Mike, you know, so that which clearly meant that the dude knew exactly what he was doing. And it's like there's only like 3 rainbow flags across the entirety of New York City. People lost their shit over that. Like, we have a right to mod it. Like, yeah, but you don't get the right to post it on their website. None of these days, these assholes will stop thinking about penis so much. Someone intentionally makes something just disruptive, they deserve the right to just know it, yeah. Absolutely. The ROG thing fucking heckin' argument is really stupid too. Because whenever someone complains about, like, quote-unquote wrong thing in 1984, then I immediately know they've never that they've never actually read 1984. Ah, you asshole. They've never actually read 1984. I still have goodwill with them. Because what they reveal in 1984 is that sort of draconian censorship was brought on by the people. There it is. Yes, 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 yes. Sharpness 5. That's what I want. All right. Yeah, like the theme is the dangers of not necessarily censorship, but what causes censorship. And in 1984, it's revealed that the reason the government is so critical of the people there is because, or not critical of the people, but so forceful of their enforcing their policies is because the people voted in for that to happen. They demanded that their government do something about the people they don't like, thinking the things they don't like, rather than the government just doing it on their own. So a lot of people get that wrong about 1984. Yeah. It is a good history lesson on the dangers of what too much censorship can lead to. But in no way is the theme of that book supposed to be all censorship is wrong and evil. Yeah, and then other people might cite books like Fahrenheit 451 about that being censorship. No, that was people also demanding that books get removed. That was the people, not the government. The government people demanded that books be burned because they were inconvenient, dangerous, taught people the wrong ideas, and so they should all be burned. Just like how certain Republicans are in the Americas are expecting books to be burned because they teach children about gay people existing. Alright, so now we need to get this dude into our little area over here so he can stay safe. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, anytime I hear someone complaining about censorship and they cite those two books, I immediately know they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Also, people who refer to something as degenerate, you know, a term for the Nazis. Sure, yeah, oh yeah, definitely. You know, unironically use the term degeneracy. I can't take you seriously. Piston. Lever. Some trapdoors. I guess that's not enough birch. I do recommend taking some time to read 1984 and Fahrenheit 451. They're great novels. Fahrenheit 451 teaches a lot about the dangers of complacency and convenience in our world and what that can lead to. Of what happens when you let people be too comfortable with the world that they live in. Kitty, kitty, get out! Ray Bradbury and George Orwell were definitely very keen on what the future. Because the reason why they echoed on these themes is because, well, they existed then. The fears of the ignorance of the masses could lead to in the world. More glass, buddy. Hi, Maya. How you doing? Glad you could tune in. You say you're back, but your action is... That's okay. That's okay. No, you're not the guy I need to move. This is the guy we need moving. Come on. Need you to go to your workstation so I can capitalize off of you. Go. I'm super quiet. Do I need to turn my mic volume up? I can do that. Let's see what I can do. Well, my desktop audio is normal. Generally, I keep my games quiet because games are just loud for me, I guess. Let me... I'll turn up my mic volume here. Yeah. Just so it stands out a bit more, I guess. Yeah, I keep my games quiet. Mostly because I talk with a lot of friends, and I can't hear them over the game. Welcome to ADHD audio processing problems. Alright, so this guy we just got a sharpness 5 out of, which is good. And then we'll want to get a new sword out of this guy. Because I'm not gonna be... Well, let's try it. Let's see if I can override the smite with sharpness. No, it can't. It won't let me. That's a shame. Let's see, what was I... Yeah, let's take care of wood. Put plant stuff in there. Put away some blocks. Go. Okay. Nothing overflowing, nothing overflowing. Good. Alright. So we've got one more, or two more, things to make before I work on the next module for the item sorter. So in the future, we're going to be digging out this. I do need to move this around. So it's just a temporary spot for this contraption. Probably gotta do, get rid of this platform at some point, because I want to be able to, like, come up here and, like, look down and see all the whole item sorters. As Maya, we were just talking about the poopy website that farmed a particular species of New Zealand birds finally getting its comeuppance. We are celebrating that and discussing how we recognize when people don't know what they're talking about when they argue poopy opinions. Oh, something that actually got me excited a little. I found night before a streamer on Twitch who was streaming Hexen. We talked a bit, right? And found out and joined her Discord server yesterday. Joined a voice call with her. Found out my reputation precedes me because they asked, "Aren't you the guy who's making that Gardevoir mod?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's me." So it made me a little happy. I know the right-wing nuttos are still acting like it's gonna be a thing. I feel like it's gonna keep popping up a few times, and then someone's gonna report them, and then they get taken down. I think the only way that they are probably going to stay up in any sort of relevancy is if they decide to switch to an onion network. That's I don't know if even that'll work. Because, you know, it's really difficult getting the word out about an onion website. Okay. I guess in the meantime, I need a good spot to put the composter. What's annoying about composters is you have to put the hoppers on the top. You can't put them to the side. You have to do this obnoxious setup to make it work. Guess that'll work for bone meal for now. Let's put the redstone away. So in the meantime, I gotta wait for my iron farm to produce 5 stacks of iron. Let's see how we're doing. Doing pretty good. Wow, that thing's running fast. Those in the trash. Get those out. Put them in the item sorter. Boop-de-doop-a-doo. Let's... yeah, let's... I guess I could work on some trees. Get my usual 6 stacks of iron. Or no, not 6 stacks of iron, 6 stacks of wood. Because I was told that I had to make my item sorter 64 chests deep. Who knows? Maybe I'll fill them. I'll fill all that up. No, it's good. It's time for Betty Bye, and I forgot the bone meal anyways. Boy, oh boy. What's up, Marissa? Seems like one particular has decided to suddenly send me nonsense on Twitter. Ooh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Send them to Keffels. She'll like them. Shortcut. 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 People are butthurt. Yeah, big tree. Gives me lots of wood. Gives me the big wood. Where are you sending this? Yeah, I'm just gonna assume putting this on my Discord. Yeah. Okay, there it is. Got to turn my tablet sound down. Right. Uh, it's that's a vague sexual threat. I think you can report that. Yeah, that looks like a sexual threat. It's probably something Googleable in there. Yeah, so I searched some of the words on there, and I see a Sumong meme. So definitely sounds like someone. Weird. Weird you would get that. Well, not weird, but you know. Nice. Sorry you have to go through that sort of shit, Marissa. Mushroom. Honestly, I'm still somewhat jumpy when it comes to harassment. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you whatsoever. I've had a recent case of people being a bit too forward, but absolutely nowhere. People chasing you. Oh, jeez. That's awful. Hope what's-his-face isn't still trying to message you. That would frustrate me to no end if that's the case. It can, Marissa. It can cause it really does create trauma in the brain. Try what you can do to keep yourself mentally healthy and properly deal with your emotions. Because emotional abuse can come from anyone, and that includes internet harassment. They do that because they know it works. And just remember, you've got friends who support you. I support you. Rachel and Weasel support you. Well, got your friends on your server who support you. You're not alone in this. No matter what dirt, nasty, icky things get thrown your way, you're not alone. You've got friends who love you. And, you know... I don't know where I was going with that sentence, I'm sorry. EM Puppy Cat on Netflix tomorrow. Wow. Oh, you mean in terms of Z-Doom features? Yeah, I was thinking more like progressive and political issues, but yeah, that discussion, that's a whole can of worms there, depending on who you're talking with. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty heckin' silly to quit friendship over a difference of game design. I'm very progressive in the sense that if the developer thinks they can use the feature, then let them. You know, it's... I definitely don't like the idea of the developers deciding how I should make a game. You know? That's always bothered me personally. But, you know, it's... Yeah. Maya seems to be excited for our Netflix show. Tell us about it, Maya. I've heard of Bee and Puppycat, but I never really watched it. I haven't touched Netflix in a while either. The only time I've ever popped into it is if I got a friend who wants to watch a show with me, and it happens to be on Netflix. Sorry, you got distracted. That's okay. That's okay, hon. Yeah, I remember when it was Bravest Warriors before they did Bee and Puppycat, and I watched Bravest Warriors for a bit. Oh, Marissa, you need to remind, if you're still up by the time I'm done streaming, you need to remind me that uh, there's a bug report I need to file on the forums. A friend and I noticed that with the map info lump, setting the music on your project acts inconsistently depending on if it's a zipped project or a folder project. Because you know how in Slade you can just you don't have to zip up the project to test it. You could just hit play and run it. We found that if in a non-zipped project, it doesn't care about the file extension. But once the project gets zipped, the music you have to take out the file extension. You have to take out the file extension from the file inside the zip in order for the engine to find it. So I need to bring that up at some point, or make yeah, no, Puppycat, or Bee and Puppycat. Oh no, I'm thinking of Cat Bug. I'm thinking of Cat Bug. I use music extensions and it worked fine with folders and zips. Yeah, we were friends working on a map right now, and yeah, it was at the root directory of the project, and it would not work correctly with the file extension when zipped up. So I just on a whim decided to remove the .mid. Do not put music in the root. I've been told there is a music folder. I've been told otherwise. I've been told that that is not how that works. Wow. Okay, I learned something today. I will have to extend this because every time I've tried to look up how to do music stuff, I've been told otherwise. There is one? What? 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 Oh my gosh, I've okay, that is eye-opening to me because I've been under the impression there wasn't a music folder. Yeah, I've never noticed that. What is wrong with me? Just revoke my modding license right now. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Oh, upgraded. Music slash contains all the data that is used as music. The namespace does not exist in WADs. Huh, okay. I will tell my friend that after stream. Well, embarrassed I didn't know that. You know, that's how how I've always done it. And that's how I've always gotten it to work. Ow. To let my friend know. Alright. So we got enough wood for the next set of chests for my item filter. Thought I saw something. We still haven't named this horse. Right now, the winning name is Raisin the Lickable Horse. Raisin's a good horse. I want Juan. I name him Juan. Just Juan. Juan is a pretty common Spanish name. I think that's like the stereotype Spanish name. Okay, so go in here. Wood, chest. No, not chest, please. Thank you. Wood, wood, chest, chest. Wood, wood, chest, chest. Wood, chest. Wood, wood, chest, chest. Wood, wood, chest, chest. There we go. 3 stacks of chests. Grab my attention. Okay. All right. Method down. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I would name the horse Juan. For one reason or another, it just doesn't feel right. Oh, there's also a Z-script feature I'd like to inquire about. The ability to reassign a weapon slot number in Z-script. Because right now, the only way to assign a weapon slot number is kind of hard-coded, right? Like, once it's set, that's it. You can't change it. So an ability to reassign the slot numbers on the fly would be great. Because right now I'm working on helping a guy with a project, and he wanted enforced weapon slots, so a 2-weapon limit. And I feel that it would make it a lot more convenient if you could press like 1 and 2 on your keyboard, and then yeah, I wanted to so you press 1 or 2 on your keyboard to swap to the weapons you want. It may be possible to simply overwrite the entire weapon selection code. Yeah, that's. I don't think it should come down to that. Like, it's a welcome thing that you can do that in GZ Doom, but I feel like for such a simple thing to do, it shouldn't come down to that. Player class itself, it already kind of did that to be able to have selectable spell slots. Roll range in numbers is the usual weapon slots, and another is independently selectable spells. Let's get this going. You know what yeah. I feel like it would be, and I understand the trap of saying it's just that easy, you know. But I feel like, in my understanding of how it works right now, it would just be as simple as removing it from the array and then putting it back in the new array. Because I believe the way the code works right now is that when you press a number on your keyboard, it goes to a list that checks if there's any weapons in there, and then just goes down the list as you keep pressing it. So I don't think it would be a difficult thing to implement. If it could be done on the Z-script end of things, I would definitely I would personally start putting in the time to make it a pull request. Player info has a native array of weapon slot elements called weapons. You can get the player info from a weapon right? Weapon slots have no accessible data, just getter functions and one static setter. To reinitialize the weapon slots. Because as it is... Selection order is writable, so there's that. Yeah. Okay, so not as simple as just taking the weapon out of the list and putting it in its new location. Slot numbers are meta property, so it can't be changed. However, the check add to slots function is virtual, but there's a catch. It's called on default instances of a weapon. Huh. Yeah, definitely not the dynamic reassignment that we want. So you can't access the players or anything else. Get out of here, villager. I don't need you. Oh, wrong pickaxe. Yeah, this definitely sounds like it'd probably be better up to the people who can more directly modify the engine. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the project I'm working on is strictly single player right now. Alright, have a good meal, Marissa. But sworn I pulled out more than that. There it is. Drinker, Minecraft the Gardevoir, where is it? I'm right here. I'm right here. See? I'm just all armored up. There I am. How you doing, Drinker? Glad you could tune in. Still the same old Taken one? What's that supposed to mean? You need the same old Taken one. Means absolutely nothing. Pretend I'm drunk. Is that because you actually are drunk? Is that what I'm hearing? Nah, you don't drink. Alrighty, I'll take your word for it. Let's get rid of these stairs. Put something a little nicer on them. Yeah, that looks just a little bit nicer. Thinking, once I start getting to the point where I can start building a bit more, I'm gonna turn this into like the grand hall, like the throne room, or something like that. Make this look like more like a dwarven fortress. But that's an idea for much future me, stuff that I've never really attempted before. We need one more stack of iron, and I can add the last set of hoppers for this stream's item sorter. This time we are adding in stone slabs. Was I thinking? Oh yeah, we need more granite so I can work on the circuitry of the sorter. Yeah, it's a good idea. Gotta do something with all this ease of access. What am I doing? I need comparator. That's not. There we go. Down. That's what I love about this redstone design so much, is that it's super easy to just connect to the next one. That. There. I think when I add the next module, I'm gonna just build the circuitry from the get-go instead of this method, because it's very slow and inefficient. You've got the right No, we want to take that out. So hang on. You've got stairs. Okay, yeah. Stone stairs. You've got, and now you get to have stone slabs. And then this one we gotta turn into another module. So I need some hoppers. Now I've got a few spares. That's the exact amount I need. That. So let me set that up so the water doesn't get in the way. That goes into there. Yep. Okay. And we gotta reset our move our overflow chest by 1. Ew, that's a lot. Yo. Now, need more filter paper. Yep. I think we'll probably knock out this last one on today's stream too. Put that in there. Nothing overflows. Good. Not the iron. Probably figure out a way to slow down the process so there's less items ending up in the overflow. Let's try something else. Yep. Try. Piston all the way down. what? Okay, that doesn't... Oh yeah, the comparators can measure capacity through a block. So we try... Alright, let's try a stack and see how well that works. Even worse because it's moving faster. Well, actually slightly better because the last one had like 9 in it. Yep, okay. Let's head back down. Let's see if they've got anything. Another stack. Two blocks. That's even that's much better. Let's see if what 4 does. Oh, that has to be slow enough. Yeah, there we go. Not a single one lost. All right. Perfect. Love to see it. Alright, alright. I think we got enough for another stack now worth of iron. There we go. Stack of hoppers. Put all this away. That's all I need. Oh yeah, the gritty Teen Titans movie. I heard it was a trash fire. I haven't seen it. I just know it was bad. There we go. Alright. Alright. I think I do want to get another line of that last line of sorters in, because I want to get rid of, want to use that for gravel. As you see, I got plenty of gravel littered around my items, which I don't want littered around my base. Yeah, the DC movies have not been good movies, from what I hear. Let's get some more trees. Grow! Yay! Oh, that was a bit of an itty spruce tree. Don't rush the growth cycle next time. Oh my gosh. All this to clear. I need to work on that achievement mod I was working on for GZ Doom. got around to drawing things on the HUD and just kind of gave up on it because it looked so hard. So why does drawing things to the HUD have to be so hard? All that stupid scaling nonsense. Also gotta have to make a menu for it so people can explore the achievements they have gotten. And then I gotta account for all the iWAD versions. I can't even get I don't even know where to get my hands on different versions of the maps. I guess I'll have to sell the 7 Cs for them, but... Because the way right now I'm doing it is I'm using a checksum to verify that they're on the map. Because someone might be running, like, a modded level, you know? And I don't want, like, weird engine behavior to conflict with it. One of the achievements I programmed in it was do the chasm legitimately, which is a bit of a joke achievement because the trick to skip the exit walkway in the chasm can't be done in Jeezy Doom, right? So it's a bit of a joke achievement where you have to do the maze legitimately. But then I realized someone could be doing like a mod where that enables alternative physics and they can jump over it. So I managed to script it so to where it actually is able to check if you did it correctly. I think it's funny. And then there's one I got in working where you can skip the blue key in E4M2 Perfect Hatred. Because you can actually just, there's a jump you can do that lets you bypass the blue key, and there's a check in there for that. And making it mod agnostic has been a little difficult too. Because I can't make it an inventory system, because if someone just starts up a different like playthrough of it, you know, all those achievements just reset, and that's kind of no fun, so I'm relying on CVARs. And I'm kind of worried that the amount of CVARs I'm putting in the system will will slow it down. I hope not, but... Start all in a dictionary. Can you save that dictionary? Oh, I guess the answer to that is yes, because yours saves. Save it as a string. Does ZScript support string splits? I haven't investigated if it does or doesn't. Dictionary has a way to say... Oh, save to string and load from string. Okay. Okay, that's cool. I'll have to look into that. And then I do know I want, as a silly sort of thing, to put in a map. Oh, it just saves that as adjacent. Okay, cool. Jasons are easy. I want to do like a map where you can look at the trophies and stuff. Yeah, but it's that menu part that's like I'm dreading right now, because you know it looks complicated. Because you got to worry about all like the HUDs people make, and so it doesn't get in the way. And I guess I could just do the thing where the achievement appears in the corner, but we'll see when I get there. Shortcut, shortcut, shortcut. Yeah, I've always kind of thought that the achievements that have been added into official releases of Doom are just kind of lame. You know, beat episode 1. Whoa. Beat episode 2. Whoa. You know, it's kind of lame. I know I tweeted out earlier about how I was, you know, kind of gatekeeping about, you know, the quote unquote correct version of Doom. But I can't like leave it at like, because some of the achievements that will be in there is like every level will have a UV max achievement, kill all monsters and get all secrets. I don't know. No, I tweeted earlier about, you know, gatekeeping the correct way to. If I can add one of two. Well, do you know how expensive it is to like reshoot an ad in different languages? Spanish doesn't grow on trees, Marissa. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'll be honest, I'm chasing that Twitch money, so I gotta roll in the ads. I'll try to find a happy balance that makes them the least annoying. That's a Zambu. Knowing that ad blocker stopped. Yeah, it is. Which is the only place where my ad blockers just don't work on them. 4 and some. Subbing still works. That's true. I do have a fancy subscribe button now. I should probably just switch it to, I choose when an ad rolls. Because I guess I don't have enough viewers to really make ads matter at the moment. Who knows? I'm definitely gonna have to get a proper job in the future because you know it's not like I'm gonna have paying money in a matter of weeks. Yeah, I tried to set it up for that actually. The longest you can go without like an ad break on it for auto ads is 1 hour. They won't let you set it for any longer. So like I'll have to switch it to manual ads if I want to start doing it like right at the 2 hour break. Yeah. Yeah, I know the feeling. Break. Drop your goods. Surrender them. Thank you. Yeah. Alright, yeah, I'll let you come down. Wood. So much wood. Yeah, I do hope I can turn this into a career. Kind of something I've always felt like I can do growing up. I've just never had a ruin to myself to do it. I mean, I sort of grew up on the generation that started the whole online content person video thing. You know? And, you know, I play a lot of video games all day, so kind of easy for me to just sit down, and I figured, you know, why not broadcast myself? I'm already used to doing one thing of them. Do I have dirt? No, I don't have dirt. Alright, that's 6 stacks of wood. Or logs. Yeah. I mean, I've been finding it simple. I mean, I understand that, like, putting yourself on stage and being under the scrutiny of random people who come around can be very daunting, and, you know, it's difficult being a performer, but usually when I'm relaxed, I perform pretty well, and I guess. I mean, maybe I just have a bit more of a creative edge about it. I know some people are just natural born entertainers. I mean, if you ever watched anything German does, he's just a natural at everything. Pure Andy Kaufman energy, if you know who that is. Yeah. I feel like I can do, you know, that. I just don't have the audience to be a complete goober about everything I do. I don't have that audience pull right now to just kind of throw caution to the wind. But I do want to do the whole, you know, you come in here to relax, and yeah, yes, I'm a goober. Uh, you come in. I do want people to come in here and just have a relaxing time. I'm silly, but you're not. But you come here to unwind, not to get riled or something like that. Oh yeah, we're working on Protection 4 for my stuff. Okay, what next? So we don't have enough iron right now. I think what I'm gonna do is let's trade some iron and see if we can get a better enchanted sword. I just like to have a recording. What do you mean by that? Oh, the things you play? Yeah. I tried... The YouTuber thing is way more difficult for me than this whole Twitch thing because I quickly learned... Um, well, the problem is that you have to edit the videos, right? And so as you edit... Like, so you gotta get sit down, you have to play the game, you have to pretend you have an audience, and then you've got to edit it all, make sure things are working, and it takes a while to get your setup working, you know. And as a starter up YouTuber, it's significantly harder to get an audience because if you try to play, if you don't have your ear to the ground all the time, you won't know what the popular games are, and it's a way saturated market. I feel like when I look at Twitch, I don't feel like the market is ever saturated to a certain degree if you just stick to your guns, whereas YouTube, you have to constantly chase the trends. So we're gonna grind some experience points until we get to level 30 so I can re-roll the enchantments on this sword. Oh wait, I've already got the sharpest 5. I could probably do some more trades. Would I like to become a YouTuber? Maybe. It does seem fun. Though I do have a hard time pretending that there's people like watching me, like talking to the viewer. I'm sure if I practiced it enough, I'd get used to it. But I feel like that will probably be more if I do develop a Twitch audience to where I can start uploading my content and reserving streams for like more special occasions. But who knows? Who knows? So, let's Let's get these crafting of the chests in the meantime and then do some trades. A dream of mine, I'll be honest with this, is to end up on the Hermitcraft server. That is kind of a guilty dream of mine. Because it's just so cool seeing people just be friends and playing Minecraft. Because they've always played. When I discovered them, I found out they play Minecraft the way I like to play Minecraft. I've always liked to play it, which is just I like to be with other friends, but I like to focus on a project and share those projects with everyone else. You know, and just be friends with each other on it. Like I've always had a hard time finding multiplayer servers because they're just so I don't know what the word is. Like they're so anal about establishing dominance on the server in a way. Or there's just people who are just so desperate for social interactions that they they won't leave you alone. Like a lot of times I'll join a server, I'll be doing my thing, and then someone will message me like, "Hey, can I play with you?" And I'm like, "No, I'm kind of doing my own thing right now." And they sit there and beg me for 20 minutes for me to let them like go to them, and they keep trying to teleport to me, trying to ask me my coordinates, and I'm like, "No, stop. I said no." That's frustrating. Can I get full modes? Nothing. Okay. And then there was I don't know if I've told this story. I know I've told this story on the server, but I don't know if it was around you guys. There was a server I went on who the owner had a father. This is while I was active duty in the U.S. Navy. The owner's father had died during his deployment in Afghanistan. And he wanted to honor his father's life on his Minecraft server. I'm like, sure, that's cool. But his rule on it was that everyone on the server must observe taps. And taps, for those that don't know, is a specific time in the day where military services, if you're standing outside in uniform, must stand, face towards the closest flag, and salute it as it's getting taken down. And you have to stand there at attention, saluting the flag until the music is done. And the music is timed specifically to take as long as it takes for the flag to come down. And morning taps, you got to do it in the morning, and then evening taps, you got to do it then. And he insisted that we must observe taps during Minecraft daytime. So every 10 minutes, in the morning, stop whatever it is you're doing, stand still, wait for the server to say you're allowed to move, and then resume your business, and then a few minutes before nighttime, stand still, stop doing whatever it is you're doing, and then resume. And I was like, that's stupid. I'm not doing that. I already have to do this crap in real life. And he fucking banned me from the server because I wouldn't observe taps. Oh my god. Yeah, and then there's been a few times where I've joined Minecraft servers and they've got swastikas on display. And that's an immediate red flag. I noped out of that server once. And there's places where the owners will pick on like new people who pop on. Like they'll turn invisible, use random commands, and then use that power to like fuck with you. A lot of Age of Empires serves with SWATs because of Nazis and stuff. Yeah, it's atrocious. A server where people had to go to church and make offerings? What in the world? It was around the time for the griefing get as popular. The server got griefed hard. That sounds like it deserved to get griefed. I don't play video games to go to church. Even if I had an ounce of piety in me, I wouldn't go play church video games. That's incredible. Satanically, that's amazing. That's awesome. I remember there was one server I got on that was actually really nice. The people were chill on it. They were nice and friendly. The owner was friendly. He would be on daily, playing the game with everyone, and just chatting with everyone and whatnot. And I was a regular there for a while, and he's like, "Hey man, you've been here for quite some time, and I want to thank you for, for doing that, making this worth my time. I'm going to give you flight permissions, so you can, have an easier time." I'm like, "Oh, cool. Thanks." And so, he gives me flight permissions, and things go about, they go dandy for about a few weeks. And then one day, as I'm building, I'm in the middle of the air, my flight permissions get revoked, and I plummet, die, and I'm like, what the heck happened? Hey, admin guy, what happened? And he's like, "Oh, I took away your flight permissions." And I'm like, why? Were people complaining about it? I wasn't abusing any of it. It's like, no, you weren't abusing it or nothing. No one complained. It's just you weren't advertising my server. I questioned, like, what? What do you mean advertising your server? And he explained that, like, I'm only going to let you have your fly permissions if you advertise my server on the Minecraft forums. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. I don't have an account there. I'm not making an account to advertise your server. I'm not going to do that. And he's like, well, fine then. You're not getting your fly permissions ever again. And I'm like, whatever, and logged off, never returned to the server again. Yeah, it was... You see why I don't trust open servers these days. It's also kind of one of the reasons why I just don't trust multiplayer games in general. Because it's, like, a lot of people just don't respect social boundaries all the time. And I just don't, I'm just tired of dealing with that. So if I do anything, multiplayer, either I've got a friend who I can talk with while playing it, like in the case of the occasional Team Fortress 2, or it's a co-op game, and I'm with friends I trust. Because as long as I'm with friends I trust, they're not gonna yank my chain about it. Ooh. Yeah, PvP is just obnoxious these days. Like, it used to be, like, just a really great novelty of you get in, you play against other people because it's more engaging than playing against bots. And then people just kind of turned it into more and more of a bragging rights sort of thing. Like, I'm not here to, like, rub your face in the dirt about how good I am at this game. I just want to play a game, and if I win or lose, it's whatever. But yeah, it's... Though that might change for a bit, because I was looking at... Whoa, where'd you come from, buddy? He came from... He spawned in there. Hackerino. That's interesting. We'll just plug that up. That sounds like a zombie villager. As I was saying, the Killer Clowns from Outer Space game looks pretty fun. It looks like the oh, I got that sideways. That sticks out like a sore thumb. That game actually looks pretty fun because, at first, yeah, Killer Clowns from Outer Space game. Um, Yeah, it was an 80s horror movie, and they're making one of those asymmetrical games about it. It was just announced like a week or two ago. And at first I kind of groaned at it because I'm really tired of all these um, movie franchises turning games and just being a 4v1 sort of deal. Like, I'm getting really tired of that. You know, I want something different. So this one is actually going to be a 3v7. And the idea is that you got the 3 clowns whose job it is to harvest enough humans, but the 4 players are around. Their job is to sabotage the clowns, or 7 of them, and their job is to sabotage the clowns. And the area is going to be populated by a bunch of NPCs. The clowns are supposed to wrangle, but 7 of them are actual players who have to go around and doing their tasks. And when they die, rather than being permanently out of the game, they respawn as one of the NPCs on the island or the map or whatever it is. Which I think is, a way better formula than one guy chasing 4 dudes and having to kill them before the time limit shows up. It shifts the focus away from it being purely player versus player, and I really like that idea. So I am definitely curious about playing that game. Yeah, it's a little different. The devs are posting frequent blog updates about how their game is going to work. Natural selection. I don't think I've heard of that. Do I move faster in water than I do on land? Anyways. Yeah, so the Killer Clowns game looks interesting to me. That was kind of the surprise announcement for the whole game show that was in. Like, I tuned out just a few minutes before that got revealed, and I kind of hit myself from it. The actual election was a team versus shooter, where one team was humans and one team was Kmart Xenomorphs. One player from each team was the commander, and basically played an RTS with everyone. Oh yeah. That style of game, yeah, that definitely sounds a little interesting. So we're gonna use this grindstone. Alright, let's see if we get a better set of enchantments on my sword. Sharp is 4, that's not bad. We'll just go with that. Unbreaking 3, knockback 2, sharpness 4, fire. Ooh, we've effectively got the exact same sword. Awesome. Definitely need a sweeping edge on it, though. But we'll get that. And now we need mending on it. I feel like there's much more potential asymmetrical gameplay, but like, even the Dragon Ball Raiders game didn't capitalize on it. I thought that was going to be it. That's sad. Mending. Thank you. Okay. Oh, we don't have looting on it. We don't have looting. One of these guys has looting on it. Has looting, fortune, looting 3. There we go. We need 12 emeralds for that. Let's get some trades going. Yeah. I mean, I get why a bunch of game developers kind of chase the same idea. You know, because it's what's earning money, and if you think you can do the formula better, then more power to you. It will pay off in the end. Boy, these ad. Yeah, I think after this stream I will tweak the ad display rate for sure. See what I can do to reduce the frequency of it. Past it. Okay, it is looking like we're at the 2-hour mark, so I'm gonna get myself into a safe spot. I will take a breather, do what I gotta do, and all that. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, doo-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Okay. I shall be back. All right. Yeah, got that stretch going. Come on, Minecraft, let me back in. Saving worlds? Excuse me? I decided to quit out on my worlds, but alright. Okay. Things working, I think. Yeah, that's how I left things. I still got my nice sword. Yeah, still got my nice sword. Okay, let's get it repaired. What? Oh yeah, protection. Let's see if we can get protection on my thing first. Go. Let's see. You. 48 emeralds. Don't have 48 emeralds, so. I guess in the meantime, get my stuff repaired. With the Skelly farm, and then go in the Nether for a bit. Get some. See if we could get another netherite scrap. Some more netherite. Hey. Get out of here. Ooh, 3 ender pearls, not bad. Don't know when I want to actually go and fight the dragon, though. Feel like, when do I want to do that? I know I want an elytra at some point. Because those are always, you know, useful. Let's get this gear recharged. And then I do know I want to use the nether scrap on my other pickaxe, which I will have to rename these into so I can distinguish them a lot better. One Silk Touch, one Fortune pickaxe. Hopefully I can get a sweeping edge on the sword at some point. I think at one of these points I would like to make a pigment farm for experience. And gold. Cool. I think at some point I would like to convert this into an auto killer, as I probably will have a better source of experience points. Alright, swords repaired. Get that axe repaired. What do you guys think I should name my pickaxes? I've got a Fortune 3 pickaxe and a Silk Touch pickaxe. What should I name them so I know which one's which? George and Mabel. Those are names indeed. Incredibly bad with the names. I think I'm gonna go with my usual names. Fortunate Son and Gritty Kitty. You get those jokes while I applaud you. There's this an old rock song called "Fortunate Son," American rock song, and the other one is an American cartoon. So in this cartoon, it was called Ren and Stimpy, and one of your first episodes, Stimpy the cat wanted to win a contest to meet his idol, Muddy Mudskipper, and he had to write a poem about why he loved his favorite brand of cat litter, Gritty Kitty. And one of the lines, he refers to Gritty Kitty about how it is smooth as silk. Gritty Kitty ain't so pretty, but it's really thick. Yeah, imagine smooth cat litter. Yes, but the cat litter of that show was a reoccurring gag. Axis repaired. Shovel going. I used to let me look up the poem so I can read it to you guys. Here we go. Gritty Kitty ain't so pretty, but it's really thick. It fills my cat box oh so snug. It always does the trick. I like to rub it on my toes and squish and squish and squish. It ne'er offends my tender nose, like a smelly fish. Its texture is a joy to me. It's just as smooth as silk. It makes my little whiskers twitch. It stays crunchy even in milk. I may not be the president, I may not be the pope, but as long as I have Gritty Kitty, I shall never mope. If I wasn't in the funny bone zone, I wouldn't have recited that poem. I loved Ren and Stimpy growing up. I had to Google it. I'll be honest. I had to Google the lines so I could recite them. But the fact that I remember that particular episode is because I used to watch the heck out of that show growing up. My parents used to buy VHS copies of episodes, and I would just watch them on repeat. You know, so That's why I still remember Ren and Stimpy. Really big pioneer of its time, actually. Kind of popularized the what's, I don't know if it's an official term, but the gross out frame, where a regular cartoon will do a zoom in on a character and it's purposefully hyper realistic for the sake of humor. That's the Ren and Stimpy was the cartoon that invented that shot. And it's just a ton of gross out humor, because the writers of the show understood that like kids don't watch cartoons for lessons or good feelings or morals. They wanna laugh. They wanna giggle. You know. So a gross out poem about cat litter was right up its alley. And then, you know, and the gross is kind of there is the tip of the iceberg. Like there's an episode where it turns out that cat hairballs ended up being worth more than gold because it became like the super miracle cure. And so Ren, the Ren and Stimpy duo, starts forcing Stimpy to produce hairballs to sell them. And it's a montage of him licking his hair clean to the point where he becomes a hairless cat and can't produce hairballs anymore. You know, and so then Ren sacrifices his own hair, because he's a chihuahua, for Stimpy. But it's not enough. He can't produce another hairball. So they go inside of Stimpy on this expedition to find out what's wrong, and they find his shriveled up hairball gland, all dry and broken. And they paint it off as this like really sad and tragic moment, like it's a serious organ that needs to exist in the cat. They don't make any money off of it. Nowhere in that episode do they actually like sell the hairballs that they farmed out of Stimpy. But that's how it ends. Let's see. One of my favorite episodes is the dedicated episode for Powder Toast Man. So throughout the cartoon, they make these like fake commercials for like weird products, like sugar frosted milk, which is a cereal box full of sour milk that's been frosted with sugar. And the joke is instead of pouring your cereal and then the milk, it's you pour the milk and then you add cereal to it. And then there's another one where sugar sod pops or something like that, and it's a cereal that's just clumps of dirt and grass, but because it's frosted with sugar, the kids want it. And so the episode focuses around Powder Toast Man, which is a product. It's a tube where you shake it and out comes the toast as a powder, and like it forms itself into toast, and it has a superhero for a mascot called Powder Toast Man, who actually made a reappearance in the Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl game, which I was pretty heckin' excited for. And so they decided to make a whole episode surrounding his escapades. And focused. Um, and so one of the gags, he gets a call from the White House, right? The President of the United States is calling for help from Powder Toast Man. So Powder Toast Man rushes over to the President, and he's like, Mr. President, what seems to be the problem? And the President, like, turns around, he's a little sweaty, he's looking nervous, and he looks at Powder Toast Man and he says, I'm caught in my own zipper. And the joke is that he's in the bathroom and he zipped his body parts into the zipper. So the Powder Toastman kind of looks at him like, "Oh, you rascal, you." So it cuts away, and it shows a door with a string attached to it, and the shot follows the string, and it leads up to the zipper attachment. And the solution is to slam the door so it unpops the zipper, and it makes the sound of a wet cork popping out of a bottle, and it's sort of implied that this door contraption yanked his body part, his private parts off of his body. And this was a kid's cartoon. This was a kid's cartoon. Alright, shovel's repaired. Let's get this hoe repaired. Yeah, I have very fond memories of watching Ren and Stimpy. Although it's a shame what the creator of them ended up being. Turns out he was a bit of a pedophile, so... but thankfully the rights are no longer on this guy, so I can consume Ren and Stimpy content guilt-free because he's not receiving a dime of it. Not to the record, but he was dating kids before a girl before she was at the appropriate age. He was like 30 something and she was 17. Something like that. And he's not exactly a very nice person to women, so that's been on record of his behavior. So yeah, he is definitely the type that thinks who does not want to respect the whole age of consent deal. And actually, no, it just in general. Ah, damn ad. Food. Okay, so the ads are over for me. I hope they're over for you. In general, he just is a mean person. Um, as when he got kicked out of Nickelodeon Studios for his behavior, they were in the middle of making an episode about Stimpy wanting to make his own cartoon. And in the episode, Ren took up his role of being the producer of the cartoon. Um, and so in the cartoon, the dynamic normally is that Ren is pretty abusive to Stimpy. That's where the most of the slapstick comes from, and it's kind of innocent in a cartoon sense. That yeah, he's hurtful towards Stimpy, but it's a cartoon. What are you gonna do about it? But in this particular episode where he's dictating over Stimpy how the cartoon should go, after John K got kicked out, they purposefully dialed up his abusiveness on it as a payback sort of method for against John K for how much of a dickhead he was on the towards the writers and animators, and it is very uncharacteristically cruel for Ren. Like it wasn't haha slapstick funny. It was very much Ren hates. Just I don't know. I can't think of the words to explain it. It was very hateful material in it, and that was one of the first episodes they made after John K left the show. And it's been kind of sort of confirmed through the grapevine that that's what it was meant to be, was a screw you, John sort of deal as the show went on. Like they gave Ren glasses that were in the exact shape of John's glasses, to really drive home the point that that's like supposed to be John. So yeah, not a good person. Not a good person. And, you know, it always annoys me how so many good things in life come from people you just don't... who aren't nice people. Okay, so got my things repaired. Meantime, I guess we can focus on... let's see if we can get some nether scrap. I believe I've got a piece here, so I just need to find 3 for my next one. I'm sure I fall into that category as well. What category would that be? Oh my goodness, there's things down here. Ah, dang it. Doing good, or at the very least trying to without being a good person in the eyes of many. I think that's a bit of a different concept. So there's a bit of there's an interesting moral dilemma one faces when confronted with the knowledge that a thing they enjoy was made by a bad person. I guess since we're playing Minecraft, let's take Notch for an example, who after he sold Minecraft to Microsoft, it turned out he's a bit of a butthole. Bit of a woman hater. And so, you know, the kind of question stands is, do you keep playing Minecraft despite knowing this was brought to you by someone who is not a nice person. What does that say about you? What does it say about them? You know. And typically, and it's a really difficult, like, line to draw. Like, at what point is consuming a bad person's material more reflective of you as a person? You know, because a lot of people don't really realize that, like, the things that you buy, the things that you openly show to other people, do sort of might reflect who you are as a person. Because there are people out there who will purposefully buy products of people who they agree with. Just on that fact. It might not even be a product that they explicitly want. It's just their way of getting money to people, because it tells those people they have your support. And then there's also people who say no, that, like, no, none of it. You can separate the art from the artist. You can still enjoy content without endorsing the person's political or personal viewpoints. And it's a really difficult line to tread, because it really just depends on what those viewpoints are and who you are as a person, you know. I'm trying to think of a good example of it. I don't know. Let's just say hypothetically, you bought a copy of Mein Kampf, right? What if, without context, what would that say about a person? How do you don't know if that person is buying it because they don't know what it is, or that they're doing it for historical purposes, or because they genuinely believe what's said in that book is a good positive message. And that and answering that is pretty difficult. And in extreme examples like Mein Kampf, it would be it would be a pretty cut and dry answer, depending if you just ask the person a few questions, you know? Like, a historian, understandably, would probably be interested in that book from a historical standpoint, because it's important that we remember that was our history. Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer because there's too many variables. And so that's kind of where we get back in the line of, you know, so many things that we enjoy in life are made by bad people. And it doesn't have to be as extreme as something that happened during World War II, but at the same time, those are people whose decisions and beliefs are affecting real people. That money is going towards politicians and actions that do hurt other people. And as an individual, you've got the problem of, do you boycott this person because, you know, you don't want your money going there? But at the same time, one person boycotting a problematic person is not going to get them, you know, get their stuff taken away. It's not going to get them to reconsider their viewpoints. And if anything, if enough of a stink... Yeah, I can enjoy drinking Fanta, yeah. Yeah, it just really depends on the product. Because as an individual, you can't boycott someone into having a better opinion about the world, into being a nicer person. You know, and if anything, if enough of a big enough stink happens over a person's beliefs, it's more likely that they're gonna double down on those things. I've never seen a case where someone is told, hey, that belief is problematic, you should change that, and then they reconsider their outlook on life and think better of the world around them. I've never seen a case where that has happened. Because, you know, a lot of people don't like being told that they're wrong about their beliefs on the world. Everyone likes to... It's a learned skill that when someone corrects you on how the world works, that you listen to them on on that topic. And even then, if you think you've got a good grasp on the idea, it's difficult. Yeah, the one guy supporting it isn't gonna do anything, and so yeah, it's a huge moral question, you know? Like, do you stick to your guns and not support this guy knowing full well your boycott isn't going to work on anything? And then, is it a big enough problem that you need to get other people to look at the problem? You know, because say if a politician was embezzling funds into their own personal account, is it a big enough problem that you should say something about it? Or if a company is using child labor to make their product, or is invading our privacy, or or in the case of what I was explaining with Ren Stimpy, is the fact that the creator of the show, someone who is an asshole and a sexual deviant, is that enough to stop enjoying a show? And there's no such thing as separating the art from the artist. You can't do that. You can't do that in good consciousness. I do believe you can still enjoy it, but with the huge asterisks in the statement, this guy's an asshole, I'm doing what I wish I could do something to enjoy the content without supporting him. I need a more efficient way of finding nether scrap. I need to make some beds, but I don't have a good access of wool. Yeah, dramatic nether music. I've always liked this one because it sounds so foreboding and ominous. Really sells that this is like a desolate wasteland. Well, I'm full up on inventory. Let's see what can I do in regards to speeding this up. Let's patch this up while we're at it. Get out of here. Get out of here, piggy. And so, I guess another point, you know, it kind of what it says about a person whenever they enjoy material made by harmful people, is you gotta ask yourself, what does it take for someone's personal behavior to make you not want to endorse that? You know? Like, if someone said a few poopy things on the internet several years ago and since then it's changed, do you still hold it against them? Or if, say, they support, you know, segregation or some dumb thing that's a hot political topic these days, at what point, what do they have to do to get you to reconsider supporting them? What do they have to do that? And if, you know, if child labor isn't it, if being sexist isn't it, you're kind of electing to say that is okay to you because they give you a product that makes you happy. It is indirectly paying you to just be complacent with their problems. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, that's extreme. I don't agree with that. You know, because unless if that person, you know, doubles down on it. Like, if the person's like, yeah, I said that, what about it? You know, then at that point, I'm like, oh yeah, this guy hasn't learned hacking anything. But if, you know, if they admit, like, yeah, I was young and dumb and said things said things I regret, I believe it. You know, because we've all done that. We have all done that. give a person a chance to show that they have grown up, and if they fail to show that, that's when you persecute them. Yeah, no, like I don't hold it anyone. I don't hold it against anyone in their past for having said it whatsoever. It's just they refuse, but if they refuse to acknowledge why it's problematic and refuse to acknowledge that it's it's a you know the deal. If they refuse to acknowledge it's not an okay thing to say, I don't trust them with that. Because I'm pretty sure if you dig deep enough within my history, you're going to find some things I would probably have regretted of saying. But you find it, I'm going to own up to it, like, yeah, I was a young, dumb teenager. Yeah. Yeah, the trap sort of thing. Yeah, and there's, I don't hold it against Marissa for having said that in her past. That's... Yeah. I don't know how to feel about when it's an actual guy dressing up as a girl and the point is that they're deceiving. Like when a cross-dresser uses that word, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. Because I have seen a few people online who are cross-dressers, and they will use that word to describe themselves. I think when it comes to things like that, me being, cishet, the smarter answer is to just be quiet and let someone else explain that to me. And preferably have multiple people explain that to me. Because then I can at least I can at least build an educated opinion on the subject. Because, I'm in no position to be speaking on what is or isn't correct, but I can at least, I can at least say that, hey, yeah, I've got friends who have explained this to me, and I can preface it with saying, this is what's been explained to me, and I can, and if it's wrong, I can listen and learn from that. I think I've only ever met one person who was very anal about the whole using the correct words thing in my life. And I don't respect this person in my life because it turned out they were very mentally unstable. And Marissa will know who I'm talking about as I talk about this person. But she was on Remilia's server. This is a Trinker, you don't know who Remilia is. Um, uh, but it was she was granted not safe for work access on this server, and immediately left because one of the rules stated in this not safe for work room was that, and I apologize for saying this word, Marissa, was to not, that the words like tranny and trap weren't allowed to be spoken on the server because, you know, they're transphobic slurs. And in this person's eyes, she thought this was a turf front because she had one trans friend that was okay with those words. And it was one of the few times I think you know who I'm talking about now. Yeah. And it was one of the few times where, yeah, that's the person, Marissa. And it was one of the few times I've had to tell someone who wasn't cishet how things work in the LGBT community. Yes, that person. It was one of the few times I've had to do that to someone who wasn't cishet or white. And I was like, that was kind of my first flag. That was like, I probably shouldn't be trusting this person. Nukas wasn't trans? That's news to me. That is hecking news to me. So ain't heard. That's 32. Catfishing. Oh my god. Oh. Ugh. 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 Gross. Oh no. That's awful. That's heckin' awful. Ugh, I'm glad we removed that person from our circles. We almost got 5 stacks of iron for the next set of chests. Might be an ad break coming up in a few. Ugh, Scaff. Ugh. No, you know what? I believe you. I believe you. You know, they weren't a mentally stable person, so it is. I am not surprised that is who they were. Hawaiian shirt and everything. Oh, I'm hanging at the edge of my seat. Sent a picture of himself or of some artwork you weren't okay with. Give me spells. Did he admit that he wasn't trans, or... Or could you just tell? Piercing 3, not bad. Oh no. Yeah, I am very glad that we got them removed from our circles. Like he tried getting into some of my circles too. Like because while I was running that Minecraft server on my Discord, they tried reaching out to some of my friends there. It's one of the many reasons it's heckin' gated. Yeah, ugh. Yeah, some people. Okay, what did I? So there might be an ad break coming up soon, giving you guys a fair warning. What is again is the recipe for TNT? Sand and gunpowder. How much gunpowder do I have? Maybe I'm the problem here, and turns out that someone can identify that way. Female presenting and still look like normal ass. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I mean it is perfectly normal if you still keep yourself presenting as masculine, because it's not like with a snap of your fingers you can just transform your body, and HRT can be expensive depending on your living situation and blah blah blah. I don't need to preach to the choir on this one. But at the same time, I don't necessarily think it's wrong that we doubted this person for being who they say they were. Because, being trans doesn't magically make being a sex creep acceptable. you know? I don't think that's wrong. Cuz, with you cuz, like it's not like straight people aren't sex pests either and lie about and don't catfish. And I don't say that lightly. I definitely do not say that with the idea that it should be per and yep. All right, yeah. As I was saying, I'm not saying this very lightly, and I'm not saying like I have like a trans radar sort of thing. But when you can tell, you can certainly tell. Um, like I guess in the case of um, JMMA, we know that person. I will stand by that person is pretending to be trans 100%. I do not feel guilty misgendering him. Even if it's true that he genuinely believes that's who he is, I don't feel guilty about that because he's shown no evidence or signs of remorse for who he was in the past and continues to be. And that's probably one of two people I would say that about. And that's within earshot of my two housemates who happen to be trans and they agree with me on that subject. Yeah, things can be hard. Things can be very hard indeed. Yeah, one of the housemates here is very, very trans femme, very in like she owns it. Very proud of her. Yeah. So internalized transphobia, or just let's just for the sake of the discussion, internalized bigotry, due to how the world we are not quite at the point where we've normalized being gay, being trans, being whatever. Some of those behaviors become ingrained into your own behavior. And I'm sure you probably went through a moment in your life where you may have believed being gay was wrong, but have since grown out of that, definitely, since you're sticking in here with the chat and learning about discussing these things with us. But a lot of people go through this where they have to deprogram themselves from having this internalized bigotry because they learned otherwise. They grew up in a world that hated gay people, hated trans people, and thought that was normal before they learned about the things themselves. I definitely grew up with internalized bigotry or homophobia specifically before I was so something I've fairly recently learned about myself in my late 20s is that I am a bit demi, which is demisexuality is where casual sex really squicks you. It is very uncomfortable for me to be open about my sexuality, about talking about sex, or just showing off that I feel sexuality to begin with without a deep trust of the people around me. And normally, and among strangers, I'm not necessarily ashamed of saying I like girls and ashamed of saying that I've looked at porn, blah blah blah. But the idea of having a sexual relationship with someone is gross to me until I can trust that person. You can put a naked girl in front of me and I will feel nothing but just grossness and ashamedness and just overall just like, ew, no, please put some clothes on, unless I trust that person. And when I trust that person, I can do casual sex things around them just fine. But it's the whole trust thing. Anyways, so that's demisexuality. And so growing up with it, or at least a flavor of demisexuality, I should say. And so growing up with that, I felt no interest in having a girlfriend in high school, and I did not understand. And at the time, I didn't know I was demi, so I couldn't really explain to people that it was a trust thing. And so in high school, I would be teased for being gay because what boy doesn't like girls? Or, um, you know, and so because of that, I ended up internalizing for my early teens that being gay was wrong. It wasn't until I started getting into my later years when I was like 18, 19, I started to relax up on that because people around me started coming out themselves as gay and trans, and these were people who I've known for years were coming out of the closet, and it kind of struck with me like, hey, these are my friends. They're not people who I thought would be acting the way I imagined them acting. So that's kind of when it started to really dawn on me that like homophobia is wrong. My best friend, who I've known since I was like 14, I was one of the first persons she came out as trans to me. Um, and at first I didn't understand that. I had like a bit of that internalization still kind of inside of me. You know, I'm just kind of wandering around. Yeah, yeah. The teasing is awful. The teasing is hecking awful. Um, And so this trans friend of mine, who I'm still good friends with, I talk with her near every day. She put her foot down and said, either accept me for who I am, or we can't be friends anymore. And that's kind of what really started my my art to improve. Oh, jeez. Oh, Marissa. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Um, but yeah. Anyways, this internalization is not limited to straight white people. It can happen with anyone of any sexuality, and it hurts your mental health terribly. It could, yeah, like as Marissa's saying, it makes you feel awful because you're conflicting. This belief that it's disgusting conflicts with who you are, and it's makes you feel awful. 100% just awful. Yeah, yeah. I remember learning about demisexuality, and that kind of clicked with me. It's like, oh, that kind of, you know, that's a thing that makes sense. Yeah, the media is awful with it. I'm glad, Marissa, that you're here with us. You've learned and improved yourself since then. I'm very happy that you are getting where you need to be in life. Yeah, pure ignorance when they're against it, because they unfortunately get around the wrong people who hate it and explain it very poorly, and it's sad. It's really sad. Come on. Yeah, that's it's very common for people to want to use art to express themselves. Why did I put the flowers in there? Why did I do that? Why did I put those in there? That's not where they go yet, just yet. Mine or Marissa's? Mine. Okay. In what regards? Yeah, I'm definitely sex positive. Sex is definitely not something you should be ashamed to admit as a thing that happens in the world. But there definitely needs to be a lot more respect owed to people of different flavors of what sort of sex they enjoy. Yeah, I'm very vocal about just being a nice person in all types of regards. Um, I'll tell people I'm cishet because in reality that's kind of what it is. Um, Even though that's not to invalidate Demi, it's just easier for me to say I'm cishet. And not that I'm ashamed of admitting to people I'm Demi, but talking about it and showing and keeping it in a positive light, standing up for what's right is how you normalize it, and the more you normalize it, the more acceptable it becomes. Got a stack of sand. Got a stack of sand. Let's make some. Let's see if I can find some gunpowder. Put that in the right chest. Oh, I do. I do have gunpowder in there. This is why, you know, things like pronouns in your bio is important. Even though I'm not really LGBT, pronouns in your bio normalizes it. It makes it so it's a lot harder to tell who's who. It makes the people who it's most important to have pronouns in their bio less of a target. It's a subtle it's a easy simple way to like normalize it. I'm just repeating myself. Um, knowing when it is, and then I've got like 5 thoughts in my head right now, and I'm trying to focus on one of them, and I can't. Okay, the overall at the end of it, it's important to be nice. And to boil down my philosophy on people is as long as you're not trying to hurt people, you're okay in my book. You are 100% okay in my book. And I emphasize on the part, like the trying part, because there's a difference. Because people are going to make mistakes and cause problems. That's just inevitable. But if you understand that, if you can actually do what you can to make up for it, and apologize for it, and better yourself as a person, then you're good. You are good in my book. No, wait, we don't. Okay. Let's put all this gravel in here, because I'm about to put the gravel filter on it, which will be very useful because gravel's a relatively useless block to me. I can definitely make stuff like concrete with it. I don't know the recipe for concrete. What is... Oh, it's sand, gravel, and the dye you want. Okay. But concrete is a relatively useless block. No, gravel's a relatively useless block to me. But I do know I want to collect enough of it because making concrete may be a block I want to make in the future. So it's going to be the last thing I sort on this gosh darn item sorter before we start working on the next module. And we are almost got enough. There it is. Alright. Yeah, I got the chests in here. 1 stack of hoppers. 2 stacks of chests. Alright, let's go. Anyways, in general, I'm sorry for the more serious topic on the stream. Uh, goal is to be While the goal is to be chill here, I'm not going to shy away from more mature subjects. Yeah, it happens. Suddenly aware that I have to... I wouldn't say it's watching your words. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going... If you can show that you can take the time to learn about something, if you say the wrong thing, I'm not going to hold it against you. Because believe me, I would not let you be in here if I could tell you meant you were here to cause problems. I'm quite patient with those things, except for when I know I can't. It's not worth it to be patient. As long as you can show that you are learning from the subject and asking the right questions and all that good stuff, it's not going to bother me if you say something that is technically inappropriate. Because we've all got a bunch of learning to do. And believe me, as a straight white dude... Well, it's important that that's what gets told a lot, because one of the negative stereotypes about being an LGBT is that they are very happy with punishing people for what's called wrongthink, right? Where if the second you say something bad, then you're gonna get banned for it, like, right away, like, no questions asked. And that's not really how it works. It's... the reality of the situation is that the sort of people who complain about, who have created that negative stereotype, aren't the type of people who are patient enough to learn why their behavior is wrong and why it hurts people. And so, of course, the only solution to that isn't to have a friendly discussion with them. You don't fight hate with diplomacy. You fight hate by showing you don't tolerate that. Because the second you start showing tolerance towards these hateful beliefs, they're going to exploit it. It's just that simple. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it may seem like you need to you may need to walk on eggshells in these communities, but as long as you just take the time to listen and recognize that maybe what you're saying probably isn't okay, if you take the moment to just recognize that and just slow down, think a few more times again, it'll go a lot better for you. Because I promise you, a lot of people who are in the LGBT space can recognize when someone is genuinely trying to just ask honest questions. They know when someone is really trying to figure this stuff out. Yeah. This is why you'll hear me talk about why I don't trust people who cry about censorship when they get banned from something, or cite 1984 or say things like wrong think and double speak and whatnot is because it's disingenuous. They don't want to take the time to learn what it is that they did. They don't want to, because it's not to say that there are times where there are some times where you do have like a crappy moderator who is very ban happy with certain things and will ban people without a moment's notice. Those do exist, but they don't do it without a reason. They don't do it without a reason, and if you're not capable of taking the time to figure out that reason, that's when they were like, oh, it's 1984, it's censorship, it's whatever. You aren't entitled to make those people deal with your flavor of bullshit. Go, got that. Yeah. I forget what Impy did to get banned. Oh yeah, he Yeah, that one. Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. When that's often the reason other things start disappearing on forums in media translations and remakes, it gets frustrating. Yeah, that one. Yeah, censorship can be a very frustrating topic. But a lot of people... So not all censorship is bad. And I'm not... And this is a very nuanced subject to discuss, because when you remove someone from an online forum, yes, that is, by definition, censorship. But like what a lot of people kind of skip over is why they got censored, and so they think it's this. So they cite things like wrong think because they can't really wrap around their heads around the idea that you have to keep hateful people out. You have to actively work to have a healthy community. You can't just the free marketplace of ideas just does not work for healthy idea discourse. You need people to enforce what is the what is effectively the quote-unquote truth of the forum. And that's a bit of a double-edged sword, of course. There are going to be people out there who believe their truth is the end-all be-all of what is correct. And it's okay to show a healthy dose of skepticism around that sort of trying to act as an authority of the quote-unquote truth. But at the same time, it's necessary because all you have to do is go around to other communities and places and aggregate opinions to find out if what they're talking about is, or what they believe is the truth, is the truth. Say, for example, like someone spouting on the idea that the moon landing wasn't real. The moon landing was very real, right? That's not a thing. That's not exactly a very hot subject in the internet space, but there are people who do believe the moon landing was faked. And so when you ban a person for something that is very obviously wrong, they're going to default to censorship. And yes, that is censorship. but it's necessary censorship because the moon landing being faked is wrong. It's factually incorrect. And it's important to keep those people out of that spaces, because the second you start tolerating them, it just exposes more people to a hurtful belief that isn't true, that they may be convinced is true. So yeah, I guess that's another reason why anyone who complains about censorship, ruining the internet, is also a type of person I don't normally trust on these topics. Because the second you start probing them, you find out it's not because there's a mod who's gone admin abuse mode over the smallest disagreement. It's because it's a butthole who couldn't stop being a butthole. So yeah, like it's the whole censorship is not a black or white issue. You need some of it to a degree to make sure that bad ideas don't spread. That's why the whole drop kiwi farms thing is so important to a lot of people, because that is a melting pot of bad ideas and bad behaviors. It's why 4chan, despite being, I guess I don't know if wildly successful is like, but that's why places like on 4chan have places like /poll, because they're not getting censored, and that seems like a fantastic idea, but the trade-off there is you don't know who's telling the truth. No censorship means that like anything is the truth. If the majority of the people there decide that border collies are a superior breed to husky dogs, then that's just the truth. That's it. That's the free marketplace of ideas. And that can amount to any sort of opinion you can think of that can be thrown on there. It's not the truth, because it's not a truth because a bunch of people agree upon it. Like, you need to be able to actually critically think about the things. You have to critically think about the things you find on the internet. And on 4chan, if there's no one there to tell you otherwise, what does the truth matter? There's no truth to it. It's just agreement. And a lot of 4chaners like to act like it's not an echo chamber there. It is. It's a giant echo chamber. It's a giant, it's a mess. It's a far nuanced subject I don't really have the energy right now to explain. But the end of it is that if you can't. It's really difficult to actually find a truth in a place that doesn't censor the wrong things. If you allow shitty people to do what they want, shitty people are going to control the narrative. Because unfortunately, the thing about shitty people is they learned how to shout in just the right way to make it sound like they're right about everything. Yeah, it's an ad. Ugh. That looks nice. Okay. Okay, so as I was saying, back to the whole moon landing thing. If everyone on a forum, just universally agrees the moon landing was fake, that doesn't automatically make it true. And that's kind of the problem with the whole censorship thing. Because I promise you, on a conspiracy theory forum that discusses stuff like the moon landing being faked, they're definitely going to censor the truth. You go in there and start telling people, hey, you idiots, the moon landing wasn't faked. They're going to censor you for that and laugh at you for being a stupid idiot who thought the moon landing was real. You need... And these types of people want to act like they're the realists in the conversation. They're the ones that are grounded to a quote-unquote reality of the world. And that's not true. They believe the moon landing is faked. So usually when it's those types of people who cry about censorship because everyone just laughs them out of the room, are they entitled to that opinion? Yeah, sure. As much as anyone else is entitled to an opinion. But it's really, really difficult to explain why that opinion is wrong and bad to have and just causes more problems for the world. There is a good YouTube series online, or on YouTube, called The Alt-Right Playbook. I highly recommend watching that series to learn about how these types of people tend to think. Yeah, being left out of a room is different than being explained why it's wrong, but, the first thing that's going to happen to someone who believes the moon landing is fake is they're going to get explained why it's wrong, and then they'll get left out of the room for being wrong if they continue to double down on it, because often people who believe that, well, they're gonna double down on it, because it's really... You need to be a particular breed of just stupid to start believing that. So they're not exactly in a position where if someone explains to them why something is wrong, they're going to start changing their mind. Because we all like to believe... Because a weird thing, we all like to believe that it's very easy for us to have someone explain to us and start believing we're critical thinkers. But people are actually, me included, you included, Marissa as well, it's actually the other way around. We do not like being told we're wrong. That is just a fact of human life. I don't like it about as much as you don't like it, and, you have to learn to just... You have to learn to take those sort of things in grace. It is not a human trait that you are born with. It is a learned skill to start critically thinking about what other people explain to you. Even if you know deep within your bones that you are 100% right about it, you don't like being told you're wrong. But anyways, the YouTube series, The Alt-Right Playbook, I highly recommend watching it to learn a bit more about how these sorts of people tick. I will give a bit of a context warning. It is made by an American YouTuber, so it relies on a lot of American, knowledge of the American history, slavery, the deep-seated South, the Manifest Destiny, all sorts of American traits, but the lessons they teach are applicable to just in general of how people behave. and it talks about various things that they, how they talk, the things that they complain about, how they word things to make it sound like what they believe in isn't problematic, all sorts of things. It's a good YouTube series for learning about that sort of stuff. Emerald dudes, because we need to level up this villager. What do we got? Alright, more I didn't even give me enough compasses to level him up again. Ugh. Yeah, but the whole subject of being someone who understands, who believes in the truth is a really nuanced discussion. I think if it's one thing I've learned about the world of when a quote-unquote truth is being contested, the more unsure you are in the world about what is and isn't true, typically is a better reflective of someone who is actually smart and understands what they mean by having an open mind. It's very reflective of someone who is willing to change their opinions if convinced well enough. That's kind of what it better means to have an open mind, I guess. Because I'm not sure about the world. I'm not gonna act... I don't like to act like I know everything about the world. But one thing I do know, moon landing wasn't faked. Yeah. Poopy people around the world like to ruin it for us. That's the moral of the story. How can I know? Were you there? Oh, man, that's... Oh, no, I wasn't there at all. Oh, my gosh. You got me there. Though... So, not that I necessarily need convincing that the moon landing was faked. But the evidence that I do know points towards that it was a real thing. First off, the first lesson is one, this NASA... Actually, let me Google the actual number. How many people made the moon landing? It was basically near 500,000 people who contributed to making the first moon landing happen, right? Near 500,000 people, and you're telling me 500,000 people were gonna keep their mouths shut about that being fake? Nah, that's not happening. 500,000 people. Our own U.S. government has a hard enough time keeping things secret. You think 500,000 people are gonna be able to do that? And then it's been mathematically proven that it would have been more expensive to fake the moon landing than it would have to just land on the moon. Like, to imitate the exact effects that you... to simulate, like, where the sun is and how it looks and all that. It would have costed more to fake that. And then the third thing I know that the moon landing was real was that if Russia found out the moon landing was faked, they would have never let it down. 100%. Because at the time, during the whole space race ordeal, Russia was our basic enemy. Like, Russia got got the first satellite into space, but the Americans got the first moon landing, right? The first person to walk on the moon, and certainly Russia. Oh, they were mad and they were heckin' envious of us doing that, you know. So if the second they caught wind the moon landing was faked, they would not have let it down. They would have made sure the entire world knew of that fact. No question about it. It would not have been a well kept secret. It would have been blown out of proportion. That's how I know. That's that's how I know. That is how I know. Yeah, that was the space race was that was the Cold War. That was like the height of the Cold War. You know, they were like they were trying to beat us in the space race. They they would not have forgiven us for that. And it's kind of a shame that we haven't had a moon like people walking on the moon since. Um, so Nixon picking up after JFK, because John F. Kennedy was the U.S. president who was pushing for the space race, sort of to get a man on the moon within 10 years. He gets assassinated, and Nixon actually agreed with, despite being of separate political beliefs, Nixon agreed with JFK that the moon landing was a thing that needed to happen. So he picks up the pieces and gets a man on the moon, and then the space program is going along just dandy up until Ronald Reagan, who who is frequently cited as being a massive or the start of the downfall of current U.S. politics. He was our first celebrity to become president. He was a movie actor before he became president, and he won his election. And one of the things he cut was funding to the space race. He was like, no, no, that's a waste of money. We're not going to space, and it is kind of one of the reasons why since the moon landing, not a whole lot has happened in terms of going into space. It sucks. I hate it. We probably could have space colonies by now had that funding not be cut. I'm kind of just faffing about while I talk about these topics. All right, what should I need to do next? I guess yeah, I should be blowing stuff up in the Nether. Let's see if these last 15 minutes of the stream I can get some Nether scrap. As soon as I find where I left the rest of my TNT. There it is. Yeah, U.S. history is... that's a subject. I need flint and steel. I'll just make a new one. Yeah, you want to know why we ain't in space just yet? Blame my country. Because it'll be true. I don't know what Russia did, but I think us landing on the moon kind of might have ruined their spirit of it, but who knows? Clean up all this. Because that'll be a lag, some sort of lag. So I believe the technique is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, NASA stuff is very expensive. But the thing thing about technology like that is the more you invest in something, the cheaper it starts getting. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, the military has cash. Russia has cash. The U.S. has cash. I promise you, if they could afford it right hecking now if they wanted to. It is that's a bit of a different subject and kind of frustrates me greatly because it's a subject that has directly affected my life. Not specifically like like my dreams of going into space, but more how this country funnels its money to the around to its people is pretty shit. Um, I don't like swearing. I'm trying not to swear as much on my streams, but it's true. Um, so the thing that oh, that I need to pick that up. Why? The thing that Ronald Reagan did when he became president, is uh, he believed that the country was in economic decline. It wasn't. It was doing just fine, but the perceived notate, but business. He was convinced by wealthy business owners um, that they weren't getting a fair deal with the current expenses, with the current way our economy was working. So he proposed the idea that of trickle down economics, and the idea was you tax the rich companies less, which will incentivize them to pay their employees more. Employees are getting more money, which means that they will spend more of it on luxurious items, and it would stimulate the economy by moving money more around. And on paper, this makes sense. The economy can only be stimulated if money moves. What happened in reality is that the rich business owners use that excuse to put money towards themselves rather than towards their employees. So rather than those taxes going to important government things that could have benefited us, it instead went into the pockets of the wealthy. And it has been that way since then, where taxes are further getting cut from wealthy business owners because, I don't know, they need a third island. But because those policies are very popular with them, those rich people are then lobbying for them so they can continue to get richer, rather than using it for something, rather than getting that tax money towards something useful like education, better public roads, people in need, all sorts of stuff. And that includes the space program, which is why I brought it up. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah! No! Bad! Bad lava! Ow! Ah, darn it. And so, in relation to the USSR at the time, because they were Soviet Russia at the time, they were still communist. Their economic solution to the masses was a very poorly executed version of communism. That was more of a dictatorship than it was, what communism says it's supposed to be on paper, which is making sure that the people are distributed wealth and not a singular entity. Ah! Gosh, darn it. So no, Russia had plenty of money, the Americans had plenty of money, and they sold the lie that we didn't. You just have to look at their military budget to show that, yeah, we've got plenty of tax money that could be being put towards better use. And not that I necessarily disagree with the need of a good military, because, well, there are people out there with their own militaries that will do the wrong thing. I'm not in a good spot. But we definitely are putting way too much money into it. Yeah, bad spot to be blowing stuff up. Like a lava is a minor inconvenience to you and not instant death. There was a stream a few days ago where I nearly did die of lava. I fell in a 1-block hole and it almost killed me. Yo, anything? Anything? No. We got one piece of nether of ancient debris. Great. Anyways, that's economic history lessons with Kev. Why it's important to know is because when history repeats itself, you know what happened and you can prevent bad things from happening to the best of your abilities and all that stuff. Not the most thrilling subject in the world, but it's important to know. Get this gravel put away. Yeah, gravel. Yeah, you could. I promise there's other things I know than other than actual politics. I'm just very enthusiastic about the things I do know and learn about. So if you get me on something else that I know about, I'll gladly talk about that till the cows come home, as the saying goes. Rice or potatoes? Oh, that's a tough choice. Usually, I do like a good fried potato, like French fries or slices. Mashed potatoes are great. I like them with a little bit of garlic in them, salted just right. Maybe some turkey gravy or beef gravy, homemade, mind you, not the stuff that comes in instant packets. Homemade gravy. Oh, that's so good. But then rice, fried rice is great with chicken or veggies, and you get the soy sauce in there just right. I guess if I had to pick between the two, it'd definitely be potatoes, because there's more potato foods I enjoy than I do enjoy rice foods. But those are two particular comfort foods of mine that you mentioned. Quantity over quality depends on what it is. Sometimes something can be made so easily that the quality of it does not matter, as long as you can get enough of it. A rice with tomato. Never had rice with tomato sauce. That sounds interesting. for me, a comfort food for me very much is pizza. I love a good pepperoni pizza. That is my comfort food. Um, I you make a good pizza, I will eat the entire pie. That is without question. I can be fine on like two or three slices if I'm eating with friends and family, but left to my own devices, I will devour that whole thing. Okay, what are we doing next? I still have a bit more energy, for so I could probably go for another hour. With that said, it is another 2 hours, so I'm going to take a bit of a break, take a breather, stretch, and then we'll see if I can go for another hour. Catch you guys in a bit. Alright, alright. Got myself a bottle of water, get myself hydrated. Oh, good. Hope everyone else is hydrated. Marissa, posture check. Hydration. Okay. So I think what I want to... What do I... Okay, so I need a way to explode things fast. I don't have that much gunpowder. I could make beds, but I don't have a reliable source of wool. So I don't know how I'm going to be doing this, to be quite honest. You know what, let's just do this the traditional way. Let's just mine stuff up. That'll be the last hour of the stream. Just some casual nether mining. Yeah, creeper farm. Don't know if I can make one in an hour. I don't think I have those resources right now. Maybe next stream I will try a creeper farm. Yeah, you can make it, the way a creeper farm works is is the same way you make a mob farm, just a general mob farm, but you condition it so only creepers are allowed to spawn in it, which is as simple as just putting trap doors on the ceiling. Because most mobs require 2 blocks of height in order to spawn, or 3 blocks of height in order to spawn. But by putting a trap door on the ceiling, it makes it so only a creeper is allowed to spawn in that area. And that's how you make a creeper farm. You just use that tactic. Could just make a general mob farm. I need to make a bunch of I would have to do a lot of mob proofing in the area to make it work. Because in order to maximize, you want to make sure that exclusively mobs spawn in that spot. Yeah, it is a weird condition. But it's there. Spiders also require You can also make it so spiders can exclusively spawn in a spot. And they could spawn in a lower environment, but they also require a certain radial of spawn. Like, something about how you can, put carpet on a floor can make it so spiders exclusively spawn in an area. And I'm not sure how that works. Or no, I got it backwards. You have to use carpet in the creeper farm to prevent spiders from spawning in there, because they can spawn in that area, but creepers will be allowed. And then spiders specifically, you give the area a specific height, and only spiders will spawn in it. Yeah, but maybe that's on the list of things to do in the future, is a creeper farm. This game is way too dank. Gold while I'm at it. Don't need that. Peeky. Yeah, definitely before I start getting netherite on the rest of my gear, definitely Creeper Farm should definitely be on the list so I can actually get some TNT to make this more efficient. Can you believe that there are people out there who do this exclusively for hours for the sake of YouTube entertainment? Like, I remember when the 1.16 update came around and people were, like, making... The SMP server I watch will do, like, shops, you know, to help... You know, so people, you know, get reward, have, like, an incentive to do the work they do for grinding. And this dude could just, like, sell netherite scrap. Just like, yeah, you want it? Here, it costs this many diamonds. I'm just, like, floored. Like, that's their job, to play Minecraft for a few hours, record it, and then just upload it, you know? That's their job. That's how they earn their living. I find that so crazy. I mean, granted, I would like to do that for a living, but it's... I have a hard time wrapping my head around what, you know, how they keep themselves motivated to keep it going, aside from the paycheck. I know some of them, they rely on audiobooks, which I need to get back into. I found that I actually really enjoy audiobooks. I obviously can't, you know, have audiobooks while I stream because that's, you know, that's copyright and stuff, and I don't want to risk that. Man, if I could, you know, play Minecraft with you guys and listen to some audiobooks, that would be pretty swell. Stuff like Lord of the Rings, and the Phantom Tollbooth, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Oh, that would be great. If you guys never read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that is an incredible book series. Absolutely one of my most favorite books I've ever read. Let's see. Let's get rid of that. Just... Come on, game. Throw me a bone here. Maybe I'll do like a weekly stream where I'll do like audiobooks, but I won't upload them to YouTube. Because I have been putting my VODs on YouTube, my stream recordings on YouTube. Just as, because, you know, Twitch ain't gotta keep those around forever. What did I get in trouble for that? Aha! Nice. Twitch would if you highlight every one of them. They'd get me in trouble. That's 2. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't push that line. Wait for the day Twitch phases highlights and video uploads out to save space. Oh, you mean in terms of saving the video. Why is this all glowy here? That's why. Ow. Ah. 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 I guess I'll have to research how they would address audiobooks. There we go. That's 3 nether scrap. That's as much as I need right now for my pickaxe. Quit following me. So quit it. Quit it. Alright, you asked for it. Oh, they literally just quit. There we go. I picked them up, right? Yeah, I got them. Okay. Right. Okay, cool. Yeah, just like audiobooks. You know? I don't care if they would necessarily get muted on Twitch. Some gold. Because, you know, like I said, they aren't gonna keep my uploads, so why bother? Alright. Let's get this pickaxe upgraded. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, we want to rename them. Derp. So I know which one's which. Alright. So the Silk Touch, this one is... Pretty Kitty. 8 enchantment to rename it, goodness gracious. And this one is Fortunate Sun. There we go. Got the 2 pickaxes. Alright. Let's head to the Funny Bone Zone and get it recharged. I think probably my bigger concern. Let's put this gravel in the dream. My bigger concern with streaming audiobooks would be my audience keeping up with the story. You know, because I would have to make sure I have like regulars at all times in order to keep the story going. Because some of the books, they're worth listening to. It's a good investment for the story to listen to. And it kind of stink. You miss a stream and you miss a whole 4 hours of book. That'd be pretty annoying. I'll investigate it a bit to see what'll happen though, but that'd be good. That'd be fun. Stories are fun. I like stories. I think after this hour, I'll definitely be calling quits for the stream. Do appreciate you being one of my regulars, though. Definitely would not be having as much fun doing the Twitch thing if I didn't have people to talk to. As long as I've got the one person listening, it keeps me motivated. Maybe one day I'll always have people who come in to chat with me. And that'll be great too. The thing I'm not the only one who comes by. Imagine that responsibility. Yeah, definitely. That would definitely make me tired if I had to do that. Have a good night, Marissa. Thanks for coming in. To do rid of the junk. Okay. You know what sucks? Forgetting to put the broccoli in the rice. Oh no. Well, you can get pretty close to steamed broccoli by boiling them. You just gotta time it a little bit better. So I agree, steamed broccoli is a lot better than boiled broccoli, but you can get pretty close to the same thing with boiling it if you just know how to pull it out at the right time. Yeah, that is annoying, I agree. 2031. I do need to probably make like a wall of signs that outlines the things I have planned or should do. I'll have to watch a few videos explaining how a creeper farm works. Because I found out the audio that comes from a tablet is just clear enough on the stream that I can get a copyright flag on my YouTube videos. I haven't gotten like a strike. It's just, oh yeah, we recognize this as copyrighted music, blah blah blah. You know. And you know, I want to avoid that. You know, it's. You want to talk about walking on eggshells? That's a walking on eggshells practice right there. But to figure out how to, so I definitely gonna have to watch a bunch of videos to figure that out. So I don't want that sort of audio. You know what's stupid? I found out. Heckin', you get copyright notified for Minecraft music. One of my videos has a Minecraft song in it, and because there wasn't enough talking during it, I guess, or something, it's got a copyright claim on it. And I was like, that's stupid. It's Minecraft. Yeah, no, that's like their most popular category of videos on YouTube. Pretty sure Mojang does not care that people are uploading their music elsewhere. So remember when, like, the hot topic of Minecraft was adding in dual wielding, and what we get is this alternative mode where we have an offhand sort of thing. I remember that, and people complaining it wasn't proper dual wielding. Yeah. Copyright law definitely needs to catch up. Get your broccoli. Ugh, gosh. like my pickaxe is repaired. Let's get that shovel up to speed. Lots of bones and junk. Looting 3 is great. Don't do that. Bone meal. That. Away. Come on. Oh, we're almost there, aren't we? Yeah, just about there. Okay. Okay. Got that fixed up. Alright, let's put that around, because my primary is going to be the Silk Touch one. Let's, I guess, go for more netherite. I think if I do in this last half hour, if I do get enough ancient debris to make another thing of scrap, we're putting it on the diamond hoe. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Just for the advancement. I think in the meantime, let's get some trades going. Because I just realized I need to get some better enchantments on the hoe right now. Go. And then you need to level up, so let's get some more lanterns from you. There we go. We got, yep, the usual name tag. Okay. Okay, so we want Fortune. One of these has got Fortune 3 in them. So touch for there we go. 30 M. Come on, guys. What else do we need? Efficiency 5. This is... One of you is efficiency 5. There, 44. Ugh. I need to get a zombie in here at some point so I can get reduced prices for this. Gosh darn. What else can I... Alright, back to the nether. Back to... Wait, let's make sure my inventory is as clear as possible. Put the sand in there. Paper can go in with the redstone. Cheapening zombies. Yeah, that's an actual trick. Like, okay, so you probably asking why I've got these levers here. So you get a zombie in there, right? Lower the villager so the zombie can actually target it. Zombify them. Cure them. And like this guy who accidentally got zombied will lower their prices dramatically. Because I cured this guy from being zombified. And the effect lasts forever. Like, look at that. 1 Emerald Infinity. 21 Emerald Piercing 3. That's why I'm putting these... That's why I'm having these guys in these chambers. It's not because I refuse to build them a house. It's because we're exploiting them as best as we can. Yeah, this is the sort of stuff you learn watching Minecraft YouTubers. Yeah, so the only reason I don't have a zombie in there just now is because it's going to probably be a pain in the ass for me to add more villagers to the whole farm thing, or to the whole villager array thing. Ah, darn it. While there's a zombie in there, because he's going to be going after me. You know. While I'm setting things up, and I kind of don't want to deal with that. But once I feel like I've got enough villagers in the hot seat, that's when I'm gonna try to lure a zombie in there. Just put him on a leash or something. Would be pretty funny. And see, the funny thing is I kind of don't really need all of this. These are kind of more strats for, like, multiplayer servers and for, like, big, huge builders. But to me, it feels just so cool that I've got, like, immediate access to these things I've maximized how efficient I am at getting resources and all that. You know? But yeah. Definitely, because at some point, I do know that at some point I get really tired of having to mine up iron. Because you find a cave, it becomes your reliable source of going down, digging stuff up, because you always keep finding what you need. And then eventually that dries up, and then you're kind of like, well, crap, I gotta go find another cave. And that gets obnoxious having to go to and constantly spelunk, you know. And not that I'm gonna completely avoid caving, I definitely need deep slate, because that's one of my favorite building materials. You know, and I don't have a reliable way of getting redstone right now, so that's still the only option I got for caves. Usually I build my base around a witch hut so I could turn into a witch farm and get indefinite redstone. But today I decided to shake up the formula a bit. Oh well. At least I can say I'm just getting, it's just me getting better at Minecraft. Learning its ins and outs more. Ah, no. Bad. Ow. I have a brain injury. Ow. I will say, the next upcoming weeks, I will be taking a break from streaming Minecraft. There is the Half-Life 2 VR mod is coming out on the 17th of September. And I am pretty hecking excited for that, so I think I'll definitely be streaming that when that comes out for a bit. Because it's been a while since I've genuinely played Half-Life 2. So playing that in VR is going to be pretty heckin' fun. At least I hope it's going to be fun. You know, not all games translate to VR very well. Come on, game, throw me a bone here. It looks so angrily red on my stream. Don't know why. That's kind of weird that it looks way redder on my tablet than it does on my my main screen. Pick a different spot. Does it look more red for you than it normally does? Imagine if the Pokemon Company was rich enough to afford developing a VR game. Are you rich enough? Are you kidding? They are the most profitable franchise in the entire world. Like, this is a statistical fact. They are making the most money with their franchise in the world. Okay, good. Good. Oh yeah, a VR Pokemon game would be heckin' unprecedented. Like, the fact that they have a mobile game, they have mobile games is, like, shocking enough. Because that's Nintendo's profit, baby, right there. The fact that Nintendo is okay with that. Because the weird thing is, like, there isn't a single company that owns Pokemon. It's there's the Pokemon Company, which are the ones that make the games. Then there's Creatures Inc., which handles the marketing and, I guess, publishing. And then there's Nintendo that has, like, a stake in it as well for publishing. So in order for something to come off out of Pokemon, all three of those companies have to sign off on it. And obviously, like, Nintendo isn't gonna be, like, overseeing every financial decision, like, they make. But, like, for a while, they didn't even own the company that, like, made the card games. It was a different company that, like, printed them out, you know. So for a VR game to happen for Nintendo, either the next Nintendo console's got to be VR capable, or someone really, really sold them on the idea of putting a VR game out on Steam. Or it could be an Oculus game, who knows. But, like, you know, someone's really got to pitch that really heckin' hard to happen. Ooh, there we go. There's one. Nice. 2. 3. Ooh. Wow, lucky me. Technically, I could go back to the surface right now, because I've got a leftover scrap waiting for me upstairs. But I'll spend a bit more time in the Nether, trying to find more. Yeah. I think if a VR game, Pokemon game, were to come out, I think that would definitely be some signs that something's changing internally for them to be doing that. Because I do think it's a bit of a shame that Pokemon is kind of limited by Nintendo. You know, they could definitely be making a lot of money having it on other platforms. But who knows? I just hope we get more Legends Arceus style games, because I enjoyed the heck out of that one when that came out. It was actually the first Pokemon game I fully completed the Pokedex on, because I didn't have to worry about trading in that game whatsoever. There's not a single version exclusive Pokemon in that game. You can just go get every single Pokemon, and I loved it. If you know anything about trading Pokemon in the other games, it is obnoxious. Either get a buddy you can trust, or be willing to give up your legendaries just for the sake of completing your Pokedex. That is purely it. Because there are so few legitimate trades out there in the world. Oh, you want this Caterpie? Give me your Suicune. Give me your Mewtwo. That's a fair trade. No, they did not. No, they did not abandon version exclusivity. That's their whole justification. Still their justification of selling 2 different versions is because, you know, they want to incentivize people to trade, which is, you know, that's a core feature of Pokemon. There we go, got the last one. So there's no point of trading if you can put in the time to just find, just grind away the Pokemon you want. So to keep that feature relevant, they still need to keep version exclusivity. Which there are definitely better solutions of keeping trading in and exclusive Pokemon without the separate versions, but I definitely don't see that anytime soon as going away. You don't see me. It made sense back when, you know, the Game Boy games existed. Oh, the version exclusive characters is a new thing. Is actually a new thing. Technically, with Ruby and Sapphire, that was the first one to do version exclusive characters, but that idea wasn't revisited until Sword and Shield. I guess in Black and White there are two trainers that are version exclusive. The Subway guys. Um, like one of them, like there's twins who run the Subway, and you battle separate ones on depending on the version you get. But yeah, they the version separate characters is a new thing. Arceus does not have version exclusive Pokemon because it's a singular game, which I loved. It was great. It made it worth investing in. I mean, if I was in charge of designing a Pokemon game, I would just abandon the whole separate version um, things, and the way I would incentivize trading would be um, to have each sort of game rent. Each game would have like basically each copy is personalized sort of deal. All right, you ready for advancement? Whoa. Yeah, netherite hoe. Because actually using a hoe is pretty useful in the game now. Uh, I would make it so I would make it so it's a single version, but what Pokemon are kept out of your version is randomized. So when the game starts up, it will pick different Pokemon to never show up in your experience. And obviously some sort of indicator to show that like you don't get to have access to that Pokemon. But I would definitely minimize the version differences. I don't like it's definitely not a good mechanic. Like if they're gonna keep doing those separate versions, they need to give me a reason to actually consider the two. You know? Because if the difference is just got to be like in Sun and Moon's case, you experience the game at a different time of day, that ain't a good reason. That ain't a good reason. Give me something like Ruby and Sapphire where I get to experience a different enemy team. That's Ruby and Sapphire is probably the only ones that actually like took the formula of having two separate versions and did something with it. You experience a slightly different story in between Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald, and they've never revisited that. It's obnoxious. It's obnoxious. I wish they would do something about it. All right. Quartz away. Let's get this gold out. I do believe it's more efficient to use fortune on these gold things. No, it's definitely not. It's more efficient to smelt them because then you actually get the whole gold bar. I don't know where I was getting the idea, but smelt these up. Speaking of food, I'm getting hungry. It's good. Good. I'm calling it quits at this hour. Gosh, there's all sorts of stuff. I would definitely like to see a bigger focus on like going on an adventure in a Pokemon game, because it feels like recently with the Pokemon games, it kind of feels like they develop this sprawling world and fill it with nothing. I remember playing Sword and Shield and just being so bored of the location. I had more fun in the wild area, like just poking around, seeing what I could find. And there's not much to find in there, but it was more fun than actually going on the damn game. I still, to this day, insist Crystal version is the best version because it gets everything right in that game. Even if it doesn't necessarily have a different story, like I was emphasizing in Ruby and Sapphire, like there's tons of stuff to explore. There's reasons to revisit areas. It feels like a proper sequel to Pokemon rather than just another iteration in the franchise. It definitely could have done the Dark and Steel type a lot better, which is still a common problem. It still suffered from the problem that psychic Pokemon were still a little overpowered and that there weren't enough ghost Pokemon in the game. But, you know, you actually feel like you're going on a Pokemon adventure in Crystal version. I feel like I'm going on a Pokemon adventure in Crystal version. Um, then, and then Ruby and Sapphire definitely have that adventure feel. It still kind of maintained reasons to go back and find things. Like there's no emphasis on the legendary Pokemon of them. Like you have to actually like investigate the world to find the legendaries. Even if you like decide to go on a walkthrough, it's still a process the game did not hold your hand to discovering. And I feel like that's a thing that's like been slowly disappearing with the later Pokemon games. You know, it's just not as fun to explore because they don't give you reasons to explore. Or at least they don't put things to discover. They definitely give you the quote unquote reason to explore it. Oh, I'm hiccuping. To find Pokemon, but they sort of funnel you down. Yeah. I hear Elden Ring is doing pretty good. I'm not into the whole Souls-like genre. Don't know why. They just doesn't seem very appealing to me. But I do appreciate the aesthetic, the lore, the exploration. Like I have massive respect for Dark Souls and Elden Ring sort of styled games. Massive respect for them because I can tell that the developers very much put love and passion into crafting those worlds that they make. Pokemon, no, no, I just that passion's gone. Anyways, it is looking like it has been another hour. I am starting to get hungry. I think now is the time I will cap off the stream. Appreciate everyone who showed up, who stayed along. Appreciate you, Trinker, for hanging out with me. Love talking, love discussing things. Definitely will be streaming tomorrow, same time and all that, blah blah blah. I will catch y'all later. Have a good night.